業大学英語会主催第29回ウィリアムズ杯争奪全日本学生英語弁論大会ようこそ。会場内では目覚まし時計、携帯電話、PHS など音の出る機器のご使用はご遠慮ください。またスピーチ中のご飲食はご遠慮ください。 Everyone, welcome to the 29th Williams Cup. In this hall, please refrain from using the alarm clock, mobile phone, PHS, and any other things which make any sounds. Also, please refrain from eating or drinking while each speaker makes a speech.
本日はウィリアムズタウンフードフェスティバルにお越しいただき誠にありがとうございます。今日はウィリアムズタウンを盛り上げるため10人のスピーカーが料理を提供してくれます。今日のために試行錯誤を重ね最高な味を届けるためたくさんの準備をしてきてくれました。10人それぞれの味をぜひご堪能ください。それではウィリアムズタウンフードフェスティバルの開始まで今しばらくお待ちください。Thank you very much for coming to the Williamstown Food Festival. Today, 10 speakers will offer their original dish to liven up Williamstown. They have made a lot of efforts and prepared for a long time to deliver the best taste. So please wait for a while until the Williamstown Food Festival starts.
May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? The opening ceremony will begin in a few minutes. Please be seated. Thank you.
まもなくオープニングセレモニーが開始となります。 YouTube の概要欄に掲載されておりますリンクから本日の出場者へのコメントシートおよび大会を向上させるためのアンケートへアクセスが可能です。ふるってご記入いただきますようご協力お願い申し上げます。また概要欄には PDF 版大会パンフレットとスピーチコレクションのリンクも掲載しております。各スピーチ原稿や大会コンセプト、本大会に協賛いただきました企業様の紹介等も掲載しておりますので、そちらも合わせてお楽しみください。それではセレモニーの開始までもうしばらくお待ちください。
Everyone, I would like to start the opening ceremony for today's contest. Firstly, the distinguished judges and a questioner will enter this hall. Please stand up and welcome them with a big round of applause. needed.
Now, 10 speakers will appear on the festival. Please give them a big hand.
The first prize is Mr.
That's delicious.
William's that's delicious. You are very good.
Yes, it is. I'm glad to eat the dish with you. course, I got it. What? Okay, I'll make it happen. I promise. Thanks for coming together. I need everyone's help to bring William-san back to life.
Of course, I can. Let's see. What can we do?
Why don't we look at the document with the time? Maybe there will be some clues.
Look! William started with such a bright and smiling town. Everyone looks happy, and it said this has the power to connect people and feelings.
Maybe the dish will bring everyone back together again.
How can everyone contest the dish at the same time?
How about holding a food festival? Let's gather everyone in the town and bring smiles everyone's faces with the dish.
That's great. We'll do that.
Excuse me? I heard there's gonna be a food festival today. Do you know where it will be held? It's going to be held there. Would you like to go with me? Yes, let's go together. Can I help you?
Thank you very much. It's done. Everything is ready.
Okay.
Everyone, thank you for coming to the food festival. Today, 10 speakers will serve dishes.
We hope everyone has a great time with our dishes. Now it's time to start the food festival.
Cheers! Everyone, welcome to the 29th Annual All Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorical Contest for the Williams Cup, sponsored by St. Paul's University ESS and the Executive Committee for the Williams Cup 2023. First, we will have a greeting from a chairperson of the ESS. So, Ms. Yoshino Tajima, please.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, distinguished judges. Hello, everyone. I'm Yoshino Tajima, the chairperson of St. Paul's University English-Speaking Society in 2023. It's my great pleasure and honor to hold the 29th Williams Cup. Thank you for coming today. First of all, I'd like to extend my gratitude for your participation and cooperation to hold this contest. Secondly, I'm proud that I could hold Williams Cup again this year. I appreciate your effort and support. I wish everyone a most fruitful conference. I sincerely hope that the effort of the speakers and organizers will be rewarded and that this contest will succeed. I am very proud of being part of the speech contest and very excited that I can spend great time to listen to valuable speeches. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tajima.
Next, Ms. Irina Oyama, the Vice Executive Chairperson of the 29th Williams Cup in 2023, will give us her opening address. Ms. Oyama, please.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, honorable judges, great speakers, and my fellow organizers, and the audience here and in front of the screen. Hello, everyone. It is my great pleasure and honor to deliver the opening address for the 29th Williams Cup. First of all, I'd like to show my deepest gratitude to all of you here, especially the judges. Thank you for coming today in spite of your tight schedule. Without your cooperation, we couldn't hold this contest, so thank you very much again. Dish has the power to connect people and feelings. Recently, I read one blog which I'd like to share with you. March 14th in 2011. It was the fourth night after the Great East Japan earthquake. Anne already appeared in front of a man who was volunteering to hand out miso soup. With smile and tears in her eyes, she said, "I will trade all my property for this miso soup. Even though the earthquake happened, I'm glad I met you." Just one bowl of miso soup brought smiles to the faces of people who were in the depths of despair. In this way, Dish has always encouraged people. Now, many people were suffering from wars and fighting alone against loneliness. But the Dish by the 10 speakers here can encourage them. So, speakers, some of you may have participated in many speech contests before, but others may be participating for the first time today. But what you all have in common is that the words come from your heart will surely reach someone's heart. So I hope you will believe in yourself and deliver your dish with confidence. And the audience, please take the words of the 10 speakers to your heart. Oh, the bell is ringing for the food festival to begin. Please enjoy the wonderful dish that can only be tasted in Williamstown. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Oyama.
Next, Mr. Renta Nishihara, the president of St. Paul's University, wanted to convey his welcoming message. Unfortunately, due to other business commitments, he was unable to attend today's stage. So, I will introduce a message from Mr. Nishihara. Please look at page 6 of the pamphlet.
Next, we will have the Williams Cup returned. The first prize winner of the 28th Williams Cup was Mr. Leo Branch from St. Paul's University. So Mr. Branch and Ms. Kawada, would you come up to the stage? Now, the Williams Cup was returned. Thank you very much, Ms. Kawada and Mr. Branch.
Next, we'd like to introduce today's judges and the questioner. Judges and the questioner, would you please stand up when I call your name? First, the judges. Mr. Rippei Yoshinaga. Mr. Yoshinaga graduated from the Faculty of Economics, Keio University in 2019 as a member of Keio English Speaking Society, KESS, and as a chief of its respective speech section. He mainly participated in public speaking events, having immense passion for public speaking. Mr. Yoshinaga was fortunate enough to be a speaker at many national English oratorical contests at the inter-college A level, winning prizes at Amano Trophy, Fukuzawa Trophy, Okuma Trophy, and more. Currently, he works at Deloitte Consulting LLC as a management consultant. He has mainly engaged in HR projects such as global personal system design, global rollout of talent management system, and digital transformation of the workforce.
Ms. Miyuki Kobayashi. Ms. Kobayashi is a translator, watercolor illustrator, and a certified self-esteem facilitator. She has also taught English at several different colleges. Her primary translation works include The Beauty of Wa, the guided audio tour for the Museum of Fine Arts, Houston, and Tono Monogatari Shui. She has been judging English speech contests since 2000 and enjoying listening to what young people have to say. She is a member of the Association for Applied and Therapeutic Humor. Her purpose is to live her life with love and laughter by sharing positive energy through her workshops and paintings. She is a part of a study group focused on well-being.
Mr. Jeffrey Bruce. Mr. Bruce was born in Michigan in the United States. He studied at Albion College and Northwestern University, where he got his master's degree in linguistics. He has lived in Japan for 39 years, first in Sendai and then in Tokyo. He taught for 28 years in the literature department of Aoyama Gakuin University and now teaches at Toyo University and at two Tokyo Metropolitan High Schools. He has published over 60 books at Nuraba Press in language education and test preparation for TOEIC and Aiken. He has served as the first examination judge for Aiken and has written questions for TOEIC.
Next, the questioner, Mr. Chad Fasca. Mr. Fasca spent 15 years working as a journalist in New York, where he covered technology, education, and the performing arts. Now he teaches English literature, speech, debate, and writing, and is a proud father of two junior speakers. He has a passion for speech, writing, and traditional jazz dance, and has been fortunate enough to receive honors in each endeavor. For the past 11 years, he has served as an elimination and final judge for numerous collegiate speech contests, such as Waseda Trophy, Fukuzawa Trophy, President's Cup, Mikami Cup, and Williams Cup, to name a few, and for national contests, such as Golden Cup and Joe Cup.
Today's speakers were chosen from many applicants. The speakers were selected during the elimination stage. Mr. Yuya Kubota, Mr. Takeru Nishimura, Mr. Rei Sugen were the judges of the elimination round. They selected 9 finalists from all of the universities, excluding St. Paul's University.
And Ms. Sawamashiko and Mr. Yasutsugu Tsuchiya selected the single finalist from St. Paul's University's applicants. Thank you very much for your kind cooperation.
Before starting the speeches, I'll explain today's rules. Each speaker must deliver his or her speech within 8 minutes. 8 minutes. After 7 minutes have passed, we'll ring the bell like this. After 7 minutes and 30 seconds have passed, we'll ring the bell like this. If 8 minutes have passed, I'll signal the speaker to stop speaking. Also, after each speech, there will be a question and answer period by the questioner for 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Next, I'd like to explain how to show the remaining time during speeches. Before each speaker starts his or her speech, the timekeeper will show the number 8 like this. When the speaker starts speaking, the timekeeper will show the number 7. This card indicates that the speaker has more than 7 minutes left, more than 6 minutes left, more than 5 minutes, 4, 3, 2, 1. More than 30 seconds left. More than 15 seconds. The speaker has less than 14 seconds left. and the card will be turned over at the end.
Finally, I'd like to introduce today's assistant, Mr. Yuki Suito and Miss Akane Iwai on my right, and Miss Arisa Kaji on my opposite. They will be today's timekeepers. And I, Chihiro Umekawa,
And Rika Saito will be today's chairperson. Everyone, I'd like to start the first session. The chef put a certain salt into the dish.
I want everyone to have confidence through this dish.
Why do you look so sad?
Nothing's going well for me these days. I'm fed up with myself.
That's not true. Cheer up.
Why do I blame myself so much?
Let us welcome the first speaker. The first speaker is Mr. Hirotaka Kawasaki from Kobe University. He will deliver his speech under the title of Praise Yourself, Praise Yourself. So Mr. Kawasaki, would you come up to the stage and show your special dish?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, the masters of ceremony, distinguished judges and questioners, and all members in this food festival. Good morning, everyone. On the 10th floor of my apartment, on a dark balcony, I'm leaning against the handrail. A beautiful, glorious night view of the city spread out before me. But my eyes are submerged in darkness and do not reflect the city light. All I can see is a blurry Twitter screen. I'm depressed. I don't want to do anything anymore. My life is not worth living. Suddenly, my hand stopped scrolling Twitter. The words of a picture book author caught my eye. Today, you are you. That is truer than true. There is no one alive who is you are than you. These are the words of Dr. Seuss. Reading them allows my eyes to reflect back the light. The self is a thing of value in itself. From this event, I started to realize that I am the one who can affirm the self the most. Thus, I began my journey in exploring using self-praise to be more positive during difficult time in my life. Do you all have a sense of self-esteem? Recently, many mental stresses such as identity, inferiority feelings, and low self-esteem have become a source of societal concern. In 2022, a certain company conducted research on the self-esteem of Japanese people. According to their findings, 60% of Japanese were regarded as having low self-esteem. You might hear speeches on such topics at the ESS speech contest. To be honest, I was one of such speakers, and one judge told me, I'm fed up with such unhappy stories. There are many possible reasons for decline in self-esteem. One of the major reasons that comes to mind is the lack of opportunity to receive praise. And one of the reasons is praise theft. As we grow older and make much progress in our lives, we have fewer opportunities to be praised by others. As we grow older and have become more socially competent, the number of things we take for granted increases. Thus, the action in our younger days is no longer worth praising as we grow older. In contrast, at this stage, what I will focus on is praising yourself for your self-esteem. Do you praise yourself frequently? You may answer no, because you do not have such a concept of self-praising. The effect of self-praise is very meaningful and as beneficial as being praised by others. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are facing low self-esteem today, I am standing here to persuade you to begin praising yourself more instead of waiting to be praised by the teacher, your parents, or your friends. You are the best person to praise yourself. Psychology and physiology have shown that self-praise is very meaningful. According to Dr. Lee and Dr. Fisher, self-praise triggers self-Pygmalion process. This process leads to an expectation for yourself, increased motivation, and improves performance. Self-praise leads to a better performance. Also, self-praise increases serotonin, which reduces anxiety. It also releases dopamine, making you feel motivated and euphoric. So, self-praise stabilizes and motivates the mind, making it easier to achieve better results. Additionally, according to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, there are 5 levels of human needs. By satisfying the needs of each level one by one, you can acquire some abilities. Self-esteem or confidence is mainly acquired in the highest 5th level. In order to reach 5th level, you must satisfy the preceding 4th level needs, the need for self-approval. This need is satisfied by focusing on your good points and praising yourself. For example, those of you in a speech world can only speak confidently when you have practiced speaking English over and over again. After you refine your pronunciation and content and reach a level of excellence that you're comfortable with, you can be eloquent. So, recognizing on your good points and praising yourself allows you to build your self-esteem and confidence. So far, I've told you how good praising yourself is. I'm sure you're excited to start praising yourself, aren't you? But my friends, wait first, there's more. The purpose for which I'm luckily speaking before you today is to raise your self-esteem and confidence with your self-praising. I'd like to be more positive and to take on challenges. When I was depressed a few years ago, as I mentioned at the beginning, I had no motivation to do anything. Even playing games or going out with my friends did not excite me. But now, as you can see, I'm filled with a strong passion. The present is now, everyone. Start today. Before you sleep at night, please give yourself one or more praising words. On days when you feel like you did not do any good actions, verbalize and look at the hurdles that you were naturally able to jump over. For example, I didn't oversleep this morning. Good job! Or, I can focus and listen to the speech well. Outstanding! So, praising yourself for the small things in life. That is enough. The important thing is the action of praising yourself. At first, praising yourself all the time may be tedious, but as you keep doing this, you will find easily good actions and you will become more positive. I started doing this myself about half a year ago. Today, that confident speaker is now standing before you. The present is now. Everyone, praising makes progress in your lives. In order to increase your self-esteem and confidence, praise yourself. I've done my passionate speech. Great job, Hirotaka. Thank you.
Now, question and answer session. Mr. Fasca, please.
Thank you very much for your inspiring speech. First, I'd like to clarify, what do you think is the root cause of the self-esteem crisis?
You mean the cause of low self-esteem?
Yeah, the cause of low self-esteem, especially by like 60% of Japanese having low self-esteem.
Yeah, they're so big number. The cause of low self-esteem is the main reason is a lack of opportunities. Be praised by others. But it is natural to have fewer opportunities to be praised others as we grow older. So we have to praise yourself instead of being praised by others.
Okay.
Yes.
Next question. So you said a lack of praise from others is like a cause of the self-esteem crisis.
Yes.
But is praise from yourself as powerful as praise from others? Can it really replace the praise that you can get from other people?
Yes. It is shown scientifically. As I mentioned at the speech, the serotonin or dopamine and the brain substances is increased by self-praising. So after that, you can stabilize in your mind and improve self-esteem.
Okay, thank you. How do I practice self-praise? Can you explain to me like what I can do starting from today?
Yes, yeah. Everyone has to start today. Before you sleep at night, on bed, please give yourself one more praising words. For example, I will praise myself tonight. Maybe, yeah, my speech is very good, and I've done my passionate is great speech. So great me like that.
Okay. Is there a risk that self-praise can lead you to overlook a need for change? If you're always saying good things about yourself, what about things that you really need to fix?
Fix.
Yeah, so can you overlook something that's a problem? So like you praise your speeches, but your speech might need more work, but you just praise yourself. So is there a risk that you will avoid dealing with problems?
Yeah, too much self-praising is something, it has risk. But since more than 60% of Japanese were regarded as having low self-esteem, most of you have to praise yourself. The risk of that too much praising is to become so too excessively confident. It's very, it's not really good thing, but you should stop until you reach the level.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fasca and Mr. Kawasaki. Now is a judging time.
Let me introduce our next dish. What sauce will be put into the next dish?
I want everyone to have great knowledge through this dish.
What's wrong? Are you okay?
I have had period pains today. Nothing serious. Don't worry.
Okay, don't push yourself.
Thank you. Why am I always alone with my period pain?
Let us welcome the second speaker. The second speaker is Miss Mao Tominaga from Hosei University. She will deliver her speech under the title of No Monthly Symptoms, No Girl's Secret. No monthly symptoms, no girl's secret. So, Miss Tominaga, please come up to the stage and show your special dish.
Thank you, Masters of Ceremonies, distinguished judges, all the organizers and audiences. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. 9 years. Can you guess what number is this? The total length of years in a lifetime that a woman endured severe symptoms because of the period. I took it for granted to put up with the sharp, knife-like pain until today. I didn't realize that it was a sign of physical abnormalities. When I fell from anemia because of the lack of red blood cells, endometriosis was found. The pain that I thought was a period pain was not, it was from my disease. I couldn't realize I needed to take it more seriously because of the wrong knowledge that I should just endure period pain. Today, I am here as a mentor to persuade you to have correct knowledge about the period. Will you continue to endure the symptoms until it ends? Will you just keep looking when your precious friend or partner is suffering from severe symptoms? After listening to my speech, whether you have a period or not, I hope everyone can change your mind about the period and lead a comfortable life. The problem is that you don't have correct knowledge about the period. What is the pill for? Is it normal to endure pain in bed every month? Can you answer all these questions correctly? Due to the lack of knowledge, it is impossible to determine whether your symptoms are normal or abnormal. Therefore, you can't take care of yourself correctly. Will you waste your time enduring the symptoms for a total of about 9 years? In 2022, nearly 80% of women experience some form of PMS, premenstrual syndrome, every month in accordance with Japan Society of Obstetrics and Gynecology. The pain you're experiencing might not be just a part of the symptom of PMS. It is possible that you have endometriosis, which occurs at about 1 out of every 5 women, leads to infertility and increases the risk of developing heart disease. Due to the lack of knowledge, you may face a future where you cannot have children, or it could be life-threatening. However, there is no opportunity to learn about correct period knowledge. It has not been widely covered by the media, and education at school was limited. I will never forget how the teacher whispered to explain the mechanism of periods, while the boys were called to the schoolyard to play soccer. It is not only women, but also men who need correct period knowledge. Did you recommend them something what to do when your precious friend or partner is suffering from severe symptoms? The fundamental cause of our lack of knowledge is lack of education in Japan. For our future children and grandchildren, comprehensive education is necessary to make the world where people understand correctly what the period is. We need to learn without gender distinctions that pill works not only for birth control, but also period control. PMS varies from person to person. And if it's too painful, it's okay to go to the hospital. I believe this kind of learning is what can truly be called compulsory education. However, There is no place to learn anymore for us unless we act on our own. Let's go to the hospital. Please go to the ladies' clinic to check your symptoms. You can gain the correct knowledge and find the approach that suits each of you individually. I know you're busy, too far from your house, or hesitate to go to the hospital. In that case, you can save time by scheduling a web appointment or using online medical treatment. According to a study published by Nikkei Business Publication in 2021, more than 60% of women with painful symptoms answered that they didn't think their symptoms were severe enough to go to the hospital. No. If you can't live as usual during the period, it is a clear sign to go to the hospital. Like me, if a disease is found, it allows for early treatment to prevent its progression. Fortunately, even if you don't have a specific disease, you can get prescribed medication. Instead of simply relying on painkillers, it is important to consider an approach related to female hormones. I promise you that your symptoms will be better after you consult a doctor. For all men and women who doesn't have any problems with period, you will be a mentor instead of me. Please recommend them to go to the hospital when your precious friend or partner is suffering from severe symptoms. Nearly 80% of women feel comfortable discussing their problems with their husband, partner, or woman's friends. You are the only one to tell them that enduring pain is not the solution. I am now recovered symptoms, and I also feel better mentally, thanks to the pill. Because I don't afraid of monthly period pain anymore, because I don't have to stay in bed all day, no need to cancel my appointment with my friends, and no need to feel that anxious when I don't have strong painkiller. Today is the last day to keep periods a secret. Relying on professionals is the most effective way to prevent spending 9 years to endure pain. Now, even at this moment, the hidden illness may progress it. Not next time. Now is the time. The comfortable environment is almost there after you take a step. Thank you.
Now, question and answer session. Mr. Faska, please.
Thank you very much for your informative speech. My first question would be, can you briefly summarize the problem?
The problem is we don't realize that enduring the pain is the problem. Enduring the pain is not the solution due to the lack of correct knowledge.
Okay, so in this case, it's mainly targeted at women recognizing that the pain that you have, understanding what level of pain it is and what you should do with the pain.
Yeah,
okay?
exactly. Yeah.
So then it seems like there's a problem with the educational system. So what would be your ideal educational system? How would you fix it?
My ideal situation is that the children can learn without any hesitation to talk about it in the class, and also in the future, in the society, or in the workplace of the future. We can talk about it without hesitation with coworkers or family members or surroundings. Yeah.
Okay, so I was moved by your speech. I want to help. How can I help? How can I tell if my partner has symptoms?
So you saying that you know that your wife has period pain, and you want to do something?
I don't. How am I going to know? So I want to help. How can I tell that my wife is going through period pain?
Okay. So I think not many, but a few women try to hide that they're having the period during they have the period. So in that case, you don't need to 100% worry about her, because that is the ideal situation of her, not make your husband to worry too much. So if you think, she said, like, I don't feel well today, or I can't do 100% work today, you can say, oh, maybe you're having the period, and do you have any problems with that? Because you are the husband of her, and you can use the word period through the conversation with her.
But do you think she would be offended if I said, are you having your period?
I guess, in my personal opinion, I think she will not do that, because she trusts you at all, because you are the husband and you decided to live forever with you. So she will not be surprised or offended by your words.
Okay. So there are many women who are in the workplace with me, and I want to make the workplace a more comfortable place. What can we do to make a better workplace? What's your advice?
So through my speech, I wanted to make women to go to the hospital, but it seems difficult to dramatically change from now on at the workplace. But I will suggest to do a session about the period and using a real napkin or some painkiller or using tampons through the session with your colleagues and bosses would help women co-workers to feel comfortable working at the workplace, I think.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fuska and Ms. Tominaga. Now is a judging time.
Let me introduce our next dish. The chef wants to solve the problem with the dish.
I hope to give a positive image of gender balance to this dish.
You looking in the mirror. Anything wrong? I'm
I'm not confident in my face. I actually have every single eyelid.
Me too. It's hard to put double eyelid tape every morning.
I want to change my appearance, but I don't have the courage to do that.
Let us welcome the third speaker. The third speaker is Ms. Maria Iso from Hosei University. She will deliver her speech under the title of Love Yourself, Love Yourself. So Ms. Iso, please come up to the stage and show your special dish.
Thank you, Masters of Ceremonies and distinguished judges, all the organizers. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Love yourself. It's about personality, not looks. Let's be positive. Elementary school teacher told me many times in moral education class. I could understand it, but when I look myself in the mirror, I can only see the parts that I don't like. I have short nose, flat eyelids, and big face. Today, many people are living with complexes. Do you like your face? According to website Menjoy, 58% people answered no. Oh, I know, we usually don't concern about other people's complexes, but once you are concerned about your own, you cannot get rid of it forever. But what if you could physically erase this complex? Your world may change a little for a better. Minor plastic surgery. What do you imagine when you hear this word? Expensive or dangerous? Well, no, it's not. Minor plastic surgery is one of the plastic surgery that has no direct damage by not using scalpels on body. For example, double eyelid surgery, hyaluronic injection to make reducing your wrinkles, adding volumes to your lips or under eye circles, and so on. In this speech, I focus on minor plastic surgery because the cost is about 5 times lower than the regular plastic surgery, and you can be restored to your original face if you don't like the result. And truth be told, I actually had this minor plastic surgery, and I could overcome my complex. So today, I'm standing here to make everyone's mind change that minor plastic surgery is more familiar and easier than you think. It is especially for people who lack with their confidence, their own face, like I used to be. After my speech, I hope everyone can accept the minor plastic surgery and lose the bias from this world. I want everyone to understand that minor plastic surgery is one of the options to make yourself loving. Fortunately, the number of people agree with minor plastic surgery reached over 90%, which increased 1.4 times higher from 2 years ago in 2019, according to a survey of Tokyo ICF Clinic. Nevertheless, many people still don't have the courage to have minor plastic surgery. According to Tokyo Ginza Beauty Clinic, of those who want to have minor plastic surgery, only 1 in 2 did it. In other words, many people let the opportunities waste away. Well, I used to put double eyelids every morning before I had my minor plastic surgery, but it takes time, and my single eyelids will never disappear completely. Moreover, makeup actually has a negative effect on the skin. According to the doctor at Tokyo Chiyo Beauty Clinic, Double eyelid tape stretches the skin and causing it to sag. Because of this complex, you don't like yourself and lose confidence. Don't you feel wasteful? Or don't you feel frustrated? So, why can't many people have the minor plastic surgery even though they want to? It is because people are afraid of what people around them will think. According to the doctor at the beauty clinic where I had my minor plastic surgery, people think like, oh, she must have a plastic surgery here, gross. Or, wait, she altered her natural face artificially. Like this. People are concerned about their negative image of your friends and family have. Let me share my experience. Well, I was the only one who have single eyelids in my family, so I had complex about it since I was little. One day, my friend told me, "Hey Maria, you have heavy single eyelids, so ugly." Well, he was one of my best friends, so I knew he was half joking, but it simply shocked me. I ran into the bathroom and cried. From that day, I didn't want to see my face in the mirror. However, I was still anxious, thinking that I shouldn't have minor plastic surgery, and people around me would make fun of me even more. A few months later, when I was reading a news, I found a very surprising article. It was about a celebrity who came out on social media that she had a plastic surgery. But I thought she would be criticized on social media, but her Instagram was full of heartwarming comments like, "I'll support you," or "Thanks to you, I also got the courage to have minor plastic surgery to myself," and so on. Thanks to positive comments, I realized minor plastic surgery is more familiar and easier than I thought. And now, I could overcome my complex. For those of you who are still worried, open SNS, such as Twitter, Instagram, or whatever, to find a same situation with you. In my case, I look up with double eyelids by minor plastic surgery, and I found tens of millions of people, like single eyelids like mine with before and after pictures and videos. And people saying that they're glad that they did it. Knowing I am not alone relieves from fear and anxiety. Send more direct messages to get more information so that you can imagine you really want to do it. And if you want more professional opinion, please try a free consultation with doctors and get more information. If someone around you tells you that they want to have minor plastic surgery and you honestly don't know what to say, please give this word. That's great. You can be your ideal you. According to Miho Tanimoto, the researcher of cosmetic surgery, the most reason people want to have minor plastic surgery is for self-satisfaction. So what you have to do is just push them forward so that they feel less anxious and more confident. After I had my minor plastic surgery, and when I fearfully showed it to the best friend, and he said, "Hey Maria, you look way more prettier than before," I really liked it. Just by erasing my complex, I could gain so much confidence. Suddenly, when I looked myself in the mirror, what a beautiful eyes I have. And just by erasing my complex, I could gain so much confidence. And I could say goodbye to my old complex. Ladies and gentlemen, minor plastic surgery is not an escape. The small step could change your whole life. Only you can change yourself. Once again, love yourself. Thank you for listening.
Now, question and answer session. Mr. Vasca, please.
Hello, thank you for your very informative speech. First, I'm interested in changing my appearance. I have a very big nose, and my waist is a little bit large, and my chin is a little bit small. Would any of those be something I could fix through minor cosmetic surgery, minor plastic surgery?
In your case? That's a difficult question. Wait, sorry. Could you please tell me your complex again?
Well, I guess what I want to know is what can you get done that's minor cosmetic surgery? So is fixing your nose, is fixing like your chin, is fixing your waistline, is that minor cosmetic surgery? Where do you draw the line between minor and major cosmetic surgery?
Okay, so the biggest difference is like hurting directly or not. So like, it depends on like how like you want like effective. So if you want like more effective results, then I recommend you to do like normal plastic surgery. But the biggest difference is you cannot go back after you have normal plastic surgery, but minor plastic surgery can go back. So that's the biggest difference.
Okay, so minor plastic surgery, is the recovery time is short, and then you can actually reverse whatever change you make.
Yes.
Interesting. Okay. What are there any risks to minor cosmetic surgery?
Minor risk is because the risk of minor plastic surgery is so as I said, you can go back. So double eyelid surgery, you can like have a surgery of removing if you don't like, but other like hyaluronic injection, it will come back like 3 to 5 months later. So like you have to go like continually.
Okay. So if you start getting cosmetic surgery and you feel like it's successful, is there a risk that you will then find other things that you want to fix, that you'll be like other things you won't be satisfied with?
Well, in my case, no, because my eye was the only complex I have in my face. But yeah, so I want everyone to understand it's like extension line of makeup, minor plastic surgery is. So, I think there's no risk to have minor plastic surgery.
Okay, and what do you say to those who say that people should really just accept themselves and be happy? That maybe you should look yourself in the mirror and just practice self-praise?
Well, I was actually that kind of person, but I couldn't, because, I think to like love yourself without with having your facial complex, I think it's really difficult to like everyone to do that. So I just want to propose one way to reduce your complex and love yourself. So if it's possible to accept your face, then I think that is the best way. But I was the person who cannot, so I suggest for those people my solution.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fasca and Ms. Iso. Now is a judging time.
Let me introduce our next dish. Let's ask the chef again about his thoughts on the dish.
Let's go shopping to buy clothes together.
I'm not really interested in my clothes.
Oh, why do you think so?
I want to have more confidence in my appearance.
Let us welcome the fourth speaker. The fourth speaker is Mr. Taiki Maruyama from the University of Tokyo. He will deliver his speech under the title of Bet on Your Closet. Bet on Your Closet. So, Mr. Maruyama, please come up to the stage and show your special dish.
Thank you, the masters of the ceremony, and the distinguished judges, and all the enthusiastic participants of this lovely festival. Hello, everyone. I had an inferiority complex, my short height. I have always been the shortest student in class at elementary, junior high, and high school. Even now, I am 163 centimeters. They say 170 centimeters is the measure of a man. I was subject to such nonsense discourse. During my youth, I regarded dressing as none of my business because of my height. As a high school student, I didn't buy a piece of clothes. One day, I opened my favorite streaming service to find a lovely movie at the top of the recommend for you list. I began watching it. I couldn't stop watching it. I even visited some filming locations in full cosplay. The movie was actually Kingsman, The Secret Service. The story unfolds around a bespoke tailor or suit shop called Kingsman in the UK. Suits. This is why I was addicted to Kingsman to the extent that I visited the tailor Huntsman and Sons. The inspiration for the titular tailor in this suit as cosplay. I was determined that I would pull off at least suits. Just after the encounter with Kingsman, the perfect opportunity to buy a suit came. My university entrance ceremony. I bought and started wearing this Kingsman-inspired suit. Then, something changed inside me. As I got a job as a teacher at grammar school, I wore this twice a week. Whenever I wear this, I can forget my inferiority complex. I almost decided to wear these lovely suits every day. Now, I have no choice but to recommend that you should be particular about wearing suits, regardless of your gender. The more inferiority complexes you have, the more strongly I recommend it. Most of you have suffered from your inferiority complexes. Indeed, according to a survey done by a media run by Kendall University, about 78.5% of university students at Kendall have some negative evaluations about their bodies and faces. Some of you might have lost your interest in dressing just as I used to. Suits, we've finally put an end to such bitter days. Today, I will be your kingsman. I would like you to focus on just one aspect of suits. Its tradition. Its long history gives you 3 benefits. Remember them as an acronym CAT. C-A-T. Coast, appreciation, and talisman. First, coast. Suits are the most cost-effective outfits. Suits are durable and not influenced by the trends. It means you don't have to buy a replacement year after year. Moreover, you can look stylish even if you wear a reasonable suit. You can afford an authentic suit at least if you work part-time. For example, this perfect size, navy-colored, double-breasted, pinstriped, and traditional British-style suits cost just 20,000 yen. Next, appreciation. The deep world of the suit is worth appreciating. The 200-year-old outfit has a variety of styles to enjoy. Not only the color, shape, patterns of suits, but also the way of wearing a suit varies. You can surely have a taste for suits. One outfit and thousands of styles. The long history of the traditional style enables any body shape which some consider an inferiority complex to wear in a stylish way. In fact, this is the essence of suits. Tailors used to make an outfit according to each customer. Even if he or she was short or fat, their job was to make an outfit, make their customers look stylish in their clothes. The suit follows this tradition. Even a ready-to-wear suit are designed to make the wearer's body shape, make the most of the wearer's body shape. This is why everyone, including me, looks stylish in a properly worn suit. Everyone is a fashion model in a suit. Lastly, talisman. Suits are wearing charms. I wore this just for 6 months or so, but it inherits the gene from the 18th century. That gravity of the tradition gives me courage and confidence as it's saying you don't have to care about your inferiority complex. You have the right to enjoy me. He's a good buddy on crucial occasions like now. If I wore a t-shirt now, I would be killed by nervousness. As long as he takes my back, I can act with pomp and circumstance. Now, you have no choice but to buy and wear a suit. University students, you have much more opportunities to wear a suit. Your coming of age ceremony, when you become a working adult, and so on. Housewives and house husbands. Maybe you should buy a new suit for your partner by citing my speech. Women workers, you don't often wear a suit at work unlike men. Try wearing a suit. Your performance will surely be improved. This is a line from Harry Hart, one of the protagonists of the Kingsman series. The suit is the modern gentleman's armor. Those with inferiority complexes should be armed with suits. Do not hesitate to invest in suits. Invite a suit to your closet as your best attire. Bet on your closet to groom like a cat. Thank you for listening, ladies and gentlemen, or gentlewomen and gentlemen.
Now, question and answer session. Mr. Fasker, please.
Thank you very much for your inspiring speech. First, may I ask, is it custom or off the rack?
I beg your pardon?
The suit you're wearing today, is it custom or is it just off the rack?
Actually, it is ready to wear, not bespoke.
Okay. So many students who are here are going to eventually have recruit suits before they graduate. So if everyone wears a recruit suit, will that make complexes disappear or will they continue?
Actually, the recluse suits cannot fix inferiority complex things because it's kind of someone forces us university students to wear recruit suits. This is not the essence of suits. We have to wear suits voluntarily and with confidence.
Okay, so then if you're voluntarily wearing a suit, is there a particular approach that you take to deciding to buy a suit and in the selection process? What was your selection process for your suit?
It was definitely being particular about suits and appreciating suits. Like suits are my hobby, like that, and study a lot about the history of suits and have a taste for it, and being eager to have a lovely suit.
Okay, so if you do get a suit and that does help you with your inferiority complex, do you need to wear it all the time? Like, should I wear a suit if I go on a date?
I recommend it, of course, but in my case, it is very tough to wear this size every day. So instead, I wear circle in Japanese jacket pant style. Either way, broken suit or traditional style in English.
Okay. So then, I have a kind of complex myself about my legs. I have very thick legs, so it's hard to find pants that fit. So when I look at you, I think you look very good in your suit there. But I find that when I go to a shop and I try and buy a suit off the rack, it doesn't necessarily really look good on me. So how can I wear a suit, or what should I do in my situation if the suit actually reinforces my complex?
I would go to some bespoke tailors. Tailors are the professionals about making the best suit that matches your body shape.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fasker and Mr. Maruyama. Now is a judging time.
let me introduce our next dish. How about the chef's passion for the dish?
It's homework. This pot is great, but this has a lot of unnatural flavors. Sorry, actually, I didn't write it by myself. That means there's a ghostwriter, right? Are there your true feelings?
Can you guess who is the ghostwriter?
Let us welcome the fifth speaker. The fifth speaker is Ms. Haruka Terada from Tsuda University. She will deliver her speech under the title of A Ghostwriter of ESS Speech. A Ghostwriter of ESS Speech. So, Ms. Terada, please come up to the stage and show your special dish.
Thank you, the Master of Ceremonies, distinguished judges, and all the wonderful organizers. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. How are you enjoying the Williams Cup? I'm sure that all of you have been moved by the delicious dishes from the chefs. The speeches from the speakers. But how would you feel if you're told the speech you love was written by a ghostwriter? In other words, the messages were not created by the speakers themselves. Sorry to ask you a strange thing, but this is what I've been lately concerned about this world. English-speaking society. During my 2.5 years of speech life, I've read hundreds and thousands of speeches. As a speaker, I joined 39 contests and listened to 10 speeches in each. As a contest manager, I held the 6th University English Rhetorical Contest as a chairperson and welcomed 12 speeches. As an educator, I've checked 71 speeches in total. However, I found some speeches that had ghostwriters in them. So, who is the ghostwriter? It is Generative Artificial Intelligence, AI. AI, it is a technology that allows computers to perform intelligent actions such as understanding and recognizing human language and reasoning. Specifically, generative AI can make new content-rich process, and it is installed in our familiar systems such as ChatGPT or Google Translation. Today, I would like to ring a warning bell of future ESS about the usage of AI. I sincerely hope that every ESS speaker will make their speeches with their true voice. Dear fellow speakers, this is a speech for our future. To begin with, let me share a surprising story of someone using AI naturally for their speeches. One day, I was inspired by my peer's unique speech. Wow, your topic and wordplay are so interesting. How did you come up with it? Then she said, well, I just did like this. Please tell me an interesting speech topic that can attract the audience. ChatGPT, go. I was astonished. The other day, when I was checking my junior script, I found something strange in his English usage, so I asked him,
didn't you copy and paste the whole part of your speech from Google Translation? Then he said, well, yes. Is it a bad thing? Can you believe it? These are just two examples. Generative AI has become ghostwriters of some speeches and started invading this community. Of course, AI is a great invention that makes our lives convenient. But is it really good to leave this current ESS situation as it is? Now, let's discuss this topic from two perspectives: the concept of speech and the value of ESS contest. Firstly, the concept of speech. The Agency of Cultural Affairs shows that speech is in the category of work, 著作物 in Japanese. Additionally, the definition of work is something that expresses ideas or emotions creatively and comes into the category of literary, science, art, or music. Yes, the key word is creativity, which I define as making 0 into 1 by human beings. So, if a speaker lets AI draft ideas or doesn't make the speech sentences themselves, it is no longer a speech, but a copy paper. Secondly, the value of ESS contest. As you already know, this community, the English-speaking society, is a very special place for university students to resonate their voices in public, sharing what the youth want to say, convey, and change in society with their own words, sharing their beliefs and realization that came from their background stories. These were exact value and beauty of this world, right? Even my mother, who graduated from Aoyama Gakuin University ESS speech section 31 years ago, says that these were just what she cherished in her speech life. It is too sad that AI is invading such a valuable historical place, isn't it? Now, I would like to ask each of you, the speakers, do you feel confident in sharing a message that came from AI? The judges, do you feel rewarded when you notice what you're scoring now is an AI-made element? The audience, did you come here to listen to AI's claim, not the true voice of the speakers? To all of you here today, are we at the 29th Annual All Japan AI English Rhetorical Contest for People in Scope? The answer to all these questions must be no. A day when we must deeply think about the usage of AI has come. I'm not saying that we mustn't use it. It can be useful when it comes to correcting grammar or searching for English expressions. Rather, I want all of you not to forget to share your true messages with your true voice, especially in the process of making 0 into 1, such as choosing your topic, drawing the solutions, and committing to writing. So, in such a situation, please keep two concepts in your mind: sozo and sozo. The first sozo is creativity. As I mentioned, speech is something that must be made with creativity. So please ask and remind yourself again and again, did I create the idea by myself, or did I create the whole synthesis on my own? The second sozo is imagination. As J.K. Rowling said in her Harvard commencement speech, imagination is what only humans have in our planet and has big power to change the world. So, again, please ask and remind yourself countless times, did I come up with the idea with my imagination? Not only for ESS speech, but also for a lot of human creative activities, AI can be a threat of destroying them. But I believe that what we make with our creativity and imagination can move people's minds, change their behavior, and fill their hearts with love. That's why I chose this topic as my final ESS speech. Dear fellow speakers, please do not allow a ghostwriter to conquer this special world. Instead, please cherish your two sozo, creativity and imagination forever. Thank you.
Now, question and answer session. Mr. Fasca, please.
Thank you very much for your inspiring speech. First, in your experience as a speech evaluator, you were saying, can you spot like a generative AI speech when you see them?
Could you say it?
Can you spot a generative AI speech when you see it? So based on your experience, you've noticed a few of these instances. So do you feel like if I give you a set of speeches, you could possibly see, this one used generative AI?
Actually, I can partly detect the speech written that used Google Translation or DeepL, like translating AI. But honestly, I can't detect something that that topic came from ChatGPT or something like that.
Okay. So do you think that it's categorically or absolutely wrong to use generative AI? It should just not be used by speakers.
For the speech?
For a speech, for anything. So basically brainstorming, drafting, even like grammar check and revision.
I think it is not always a wrong thing because it can be useful or it can improve our effectiveness when we write our speech except in the process of making 0 into 1, in the process of creating something. But I think it will be wrong when it comes to making creating the sentence or drawing the topic because in such situations, speaker deliver their speeches that made from AI as their own work, right? I think that's the bad thing.
Okay. Regarding that, with the creativity, I wanted to ask you, because I want to understand a little bit more. If I flip through past speeches, like the speech booklet, to get ideas, do you think that this is creative or wrong?
Past speech, do you mean
So if I go
past
to Williams Cup, I have the Williams Cup program for the last 3 years, and I flip through all of those speeches to generate ideas for myself. Is that creative or is that wrong?
What do you mean for wrong?
Wrong as in I'm now so then if I get an idea from those set of speeches and then I use that for my own speech, is that now wrong because I was inspired by another person's speech?
Isn't it the problem of copyright?
But it's if I'm not copying their speech. What I'm saying is that many speakers will go through and they'll look at speeches that were delivered in the past, and then they will base their own ideas off of those past speeches. And they'll write their own speech, but it's still based off of that. Would that be right or wrong?
I think it's not wrong because we learn from the past speech. We don't draw everything, right? We learn how the past speakers write their speeches, how the past speakers had written their stories, and by learning, and after this we learn, we rethink and we use our brain and then use for our speech, right? So I think it's not the wrong thing.
Okay, so then if you ask ChatGPT for a number of potential speech topics, then is that the same or is that different than you flipping through a book of past speeches?
I think it's different. It depends on the situation. Like, for example, when the speaker asks AI for the speech topic and then use them 100%. It's not wrong thing. It's because they hadn't used their brain, used their imagination, creativity. But when the speaker had asked GPT for some hints, they had something they want to say, but they want to make their topic clear or make their topic more specific and search for some new knowledge that they don't have, it can be good because it is not the creative process, it is just searching.
Okay, so as long as you are the one who's creating the speech that it's about you, then it would be okay. That's as long as you're the one who's really creating the speech and it's centered on you, it's okay.
Yes, centered on the speaker.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pasca and Ms. Terada. Now is a judging time. I'm sorry. It seems someone broke a plate. Please give us a moment while we clean it up. You can take a break and enjoy the scenery outside.
The first session is over. Now, the distinguished judges and the questioner leave this hall. Please stand up and give them a big hand. Please be seated.これより30分間の昼休憩とさせていただきます。セカンドセッションは13時5分開始予定ですので、5分前の13時までには着席していますようよろしくお願いいたします。入場の際にお配りいたしましたコメントシートへのご記入にご協力ください。ファーストセッションのスピーカー様宛てのコメントシートは会場後方にございますクリアファイルに入れていただきますようお願いいたします。また配信をご覧の皆様は YouTube の概要欄に掲載されておりますリンクから本日の出場者へのコメントシートおよび大会を向上させるためのアンケートへアクセスが可能です。ふるってご記入いただきますようご協力お願い申し上げます。
また概要欄には大会パンフレットの PDF 版リンクも掲載されております。各スピーチ原稿や大会コンセプト、本大会に協賛いただきました企業様の紹介などが掲載されておりますので、そちらも合わせてお楽しみください。 attention, please? May I have your attention, please? The clean-up is complete, and the dishes are ready to be served. The second session will begin in a few minutes. Please be seated. Thank you.
Now, we will begin the second session. The distinguished judges and the questioner will return to this hall. Please stand up and welcome them with a big round of applause. Please be seated. Let me introduce our next dish. Chef wants to help someone with this dish.
What's wrong with your serious face? I was bullied by a classmate, so I decided to transfer to another school. Oh, I see. I'm sorry I couldn't realize it. Why am I leaving this place, even though I am the victim?
Do you feel something wrong with it?
Let us welcome the sixth speaker. The sixth speaker is Ms. Mika Sugaya from Takasaki City University of Economics. She will deliver her speech under the title of Japanese Reformer. Japanese Reformer. So, Ms. Sugaya, please come up to the stage and show your special dish.
Thank you, the Master of Ceremonies, distinguished judges, all the organizers, and audiences. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my gosh, Ella, you look so dirty. You're covered with ash. But that fits you. How about a name, Cinderella? Cinderella was a nickname based on a bad meaning from ash-covered Ella. I have a new nickname too. It was from my classmates. Oh my gosh, Mika, you look so fat and you speak Japanese like a monster. You are Mikako from now on. I lived in America for about 8 years, so I couldn't speak Japanese well, and I used to be fat, so my friends and my classmates bullied me. But we are good to be known as the nickname Cinderella and Mikado. Why? It is because the nickname also describes our strength. Cinderella and Mikado were evidence that we did not run away from bullies, but fought and believed in ourselves. Why could we fight against bullies? It is because we had a fairy godmother to encourage us. Cinderella and I were lucky to have a fairy godmother, but what should the others do who don't have a fairy godmother? There are tons of children who need a fairy godmother to help them out. In Japan in 2022, the number of cases bullying increased to exceeded 610,000. And in 2020, students who committed suicide or stopped attending school due to bullying increased to 705 cases, which 109 cases increased. We need to deal with this situation. That's why I'm here. Ladies and gentlemen, today I will give you an important mind which I was saved by and want you to become the fairy godmother of Japan, which I named Japanese reformer. The keyword to become Japanese reformer is, why do victims have to run away? In Japan, we try to talk to children who are being bullied and we try to give them a way out. Why do they think victims have to run away, even if they have done nothing? Everyone who has been bullied should be able to casually say, I was bullied by them. Something must have happened at their home. Let them get counseling. This was normal in the US, so I was very confused when I was recommended by the teacher to take a counseling when I told her I was bullied. In the US, bullies are given infancy training and counseling on anger management. In March of last year, France has positioned bullying as a criminal offense and established a jail sentence and fines as penalties. To understand the current situation, the government has stated that from now on, when a cancellation is received at a bullying cancellation service, the content of the cancellation is automatically reported to the local prefecture in charge. Furthermore, in September 2023, if the bullying perpetrator is identified, the principal and the head of the local government is authorized to forcibly transfer the student to another school. As you can see, these two countries, measures are taken on the assumption that bullying will occur. In conclusion, Japan has a remarkably low level of awareness among children and adults. First of all, the system is made under the premise that bullying will not occur. Then, their fact-finding takes precedence, care will be delayed, and the offending students are only given guidance. This comparison shows that the idea and system of Japan's bullying is still in its infancy. Then, why should bullies be solved by counseling? A joint study was conducted by Atlantic University in the US, Concordia University in Canada, and Uppsala University in Sweden on 1,409 adolescent boys and girls, and found that parents of bullies were cynical and hostile toward their children. The study found that the children who were rudely criticized, sarcastically criticized, or teased by their parents developed emotional dysfunction and lost control of their anger, and they vent their anger by bullying others. In other words, in many cases, bullying's cause is the environment. Therefore, it is possible to eradicate future bullying by educating and counseling children from an early age. Furthermore, one of the features of bullying in Japan is that it occurs out of adults' eyes. In these days, the internet environment is also helping the bullying problem. Children are obsessed with video games, which decreases the time to spend with others. The survey was conducted on the image of birth and death among children. When asked, Do you think dead people will come back? 15.4% said yes, which was surprising. The reasons for given were because I saw them come back to life in TVs or movies, or because they can be reset in games. We need to fix this idea. As a nuclear family is becoming common in Japan, there are fewer opportunities to experience the birth and death close at hand. We can't solve this nuclear problem, so we need to think from the region unit and fix the wrong idea fast. To make this happen, we need to deal with the perpetrators who need to be cared for, and the causes of them should be addressed from the root by bringing in a third-party professional organization, reforming the school system, and raising awareness. What we can do to make this happen is to tell others and spread it to a lot. Like making a speech like this, or just having this discussion like a daily talk. When this thinking becomes the norm, the adults educating children become more naturally careful of educating children about bullying, and the parents of their children become more naturally be careful of the words and behavior to their children. In this speech, I want everyone to recognize Japan's underdeveloped situation of bullying and change their obvious idea of bullying. I have addressed education in Japan, but don't think you're not part of the story. You are the fairy godmother. I'm your fairy godmother. Next is your turn. Let's make Japan to a better country. Thank you.
Now, question and answer session. Mr. Huasca, please.
Thank you for your very informative speech. My first question would be about how does Japan's bullying situation compare to other countries in terms of the number of children that are bullied? Are more people bullied in Japan than in other countries? What data is out there? Do you know?
So, you mean the data?
Right, the number of incidents. Okay. In your speech, according to the Concordia University study, it seems to point to parents as the root cause of bullying. So will counseling children really resolve the issue? Okay. Do you think the senpai-kohai system contributes to this problem? Yeah, so that in Japan, there's still a strong senpai-kohai relationship, and that does this filter into parents, how they grow up, and then it filters to their children? Oh, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pasca and Ms. Gaya. Now is the judging time.
Let me introduce our next dish. It seems the chef based the dish on her own experience.
What happened? I left my bag open, so I think I dropped my wallet. That's too bad. You may be pickpocketed without realizing it. So how can I prevent it?
Let us welcome the seventh speaker. The seventh speaker is Miss Lisa Yamamoto from Kwansei Gakuin University. She will deliver her speech under the title of Better Safe Than Sorry. Better safe than sorry. So Miss Yamamoto, please come up to the stage and show your special dish.
Thank you, the Master of Ceremony, distinguished judges, and all of you here who are sharing the dishes with me. Good afternoon, everyone. The Eiffel Tower. The Eiffel Tower. I was on a French subway train, and about 8 children were asking me with troubled faces. At the next station, all the children got off the train. Just before the train door closed, a boy threw something into the train. I looked at the flying object and realized that it was a wallet. Oh my God, my wallet! I shouted in a hurry. I picked up my wallet and looked inside. But all my money was gone, except for my credit cards. I was planning a solo month-long trip around Europe this spring, and it happened on the second day I arrived in Europe. Today, I want to give you a heads up about my embarrassing misadventures. Some of you might say, it's none of my business because I don't travel abroad very often. But is it really none of your business? What is the incidence of pickpockets in Japan? According to the National Police Agency's 2020 crime statistics, in 2020, there were 1,424 cases. This is despite the fact that a large number of people stayed home due to the COVID-19 pandemic. This is the number of cases that we're aware of as being pickpocketed. In addition, according to the National Police Agency, pickpockets are said to have 3 to 4 dark figures hidden behind one statistical case of actual harm. Due to the sophistication of the method, the victim often mistakenly thinks that he or she dropped something and does not report the damage to the police. I think it is important to remember that what we think we've dropped may actually have been taken by a pickpocket. Pickpockets are, of course, the worst, and I want the police to tighten security and catch the pickpocket. But today, I want to tell you how we can prepare when we become the target and avoid getting stolen from. When I saw my wallet, which all my money had been taken, I was mortified, and I was filled with anger and regret towards myself. The memories go dark in a moment when we become the victim. We lose a lot of things, not just the ones that are taken. We lose our calmness from the fear of being targeted, and we lose our confidence in ourselves. We also lose a lot of time and money to reissue things. I don't want you to experience this. In my case, I was aware of the fact that there were pickpockets, but I think I was not awareness to focus on crime prevention. I think many people like me have never been seriously aware of it. Is your bag perfectly zippered? Aren't you walking around in your phone in your pocket? My point today is to remind people to be cautious in Japan as well as abroad. After the COVID-19 pandemic, the number of people who go out in Japan and overseas has suddenly increased since this year. According to JTB Corporation Travel Trend Forecast for 2023, the number of domestic and overseas travelers are expected to increase to 274.4 million. This is twice the population of Tokyo. The days of staying home have come to an end, and for pickpockets, there are many targets. And I would like everyone to be aware of pickpockets, not only overseas, but also in Japan. According to the Sankei Shimbun, the Hyogo Prefectural Police arrested 3 Romanian nationals on suspicion of theft in May. The theft is said to be because in Japan, crime prevention awareness is low and pickpocketing is easy. I think this arrest is the tip of the iceberg. What do we have to be careful about? I think the keyword is better safe than sorry. It is the proverb, and it means that you can never be too careful. I think it's better to work on not having your important things stolen than to regret it. I still get cold sweats when I'm on the train, so I don't want you to be like me. I want you to do 4 simple things. The keyword is BSTS, which I made from the acronym of the proverb, better safe than sorry. BSTS stands for bag, smartphone, time, and separate. Bag. Please put your important items in the back of your bag. Put something on top so that important things are not easily found. Finally, please tighten the zippers of your bag. Smartphone. Please do not operate or talk on the phone while walking. If you operate on the phone while walking, or absorbed in talking on the phone, you will be distracted by your surroundings. Time. People get less alert over time. For example, on my trip to Europe, my wallet was stolen again in Italy, and my credit cards were gone. Separate. Please put cash and credit cards separate. If you put cash and credit cards together in one place, you will lose everything in case of theft. Dispersal is important. I was pickpocketed twice in Europe and lost my money and credit cards. When I couldn't buy food, a member of the staff at the hotel I was staying at generously offered her pocket money to buy me a quiche and a cup of coffee. I was touched by the kindness of people. Wherever you are, I want you all to create happy memories without being pickpocketed. Please, always remember, better safe than sorry. Thank you.
Now, question and answer session. Mr. Feska, please.
Thank you very much for your informative speech. My first question would be, you gave us the figure for pickpocketing incidences in Japan. What percentage of total crime in Japan is pickpocket related?
It's not, I researched it, but there were no research that shows that percent itself for pickpocketing.
Okay, but do you think this is, in terms of crime in Japan, this is a large or growing type of crime, or it's fairly small?
It's a growing type of crime since we used to stay home during the pandemic. However, after the COVID, everybody started going out and traveling around Japan, and the risk of pickpocketing is highly increasing.
Okay, so then I'm wondering why people aren't really aware of this. I mean, just today, as I was coming here to this contest, I saw two people in front of me who were walking to the train station, and they both had these large wallets in their back pocket that like half of the wallet was sticking out of their back pocket, and they were casually walking to the station. I see this all the time. Why are people doing this, given this pickpocketing environment?
I think it's because we think that there are no pickpocketing in Japan. Since I saw a lot of comment sheets from the audiences recently, and I noticed that a lot of people didn't even know that there's a pickpocket in Japan. So I think that mindset that Japan is not in that pickpocketing area, I think that's the cause of people who are like sticking out their wallets from their pocket.
Okay, so what do you think about this? Because I like the idea that you had here, the BSTS, but when you separate items, it seems like you then have more places that you have to keep track of and manage. Shouldn't we all just keep like a digital wallet on our like phone, and then that's the one place where we have everything that we need?
I think that will be like the most scariest point. So we have our wallet and phone together for our digital wallet. That means that you have, if your phone itself is stolen, you have no money and no devices with you, and I think that's so harmful. So if you separate them, you have your wallet or maybe your phone like separately.
Okay, so one final question would be, how did you survive in Europe after your two pickpocketing incidents? That's I'm really curious about.
Luckily, I had my phone with me, so I was able to pay using my phone or entering the code number of my card back home in Japan. So I was able to survive my last 3 weeks, I guess, without my wallet.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fasca and Ms. Yamamoto. Now is a judging time.
Let me introduce our next dish. Oh, this dish is made with the help of many people.
I want you to know that this dish is not made by just one person. I never finish what I have to do. I want everything wet.
Can't you go home yet?
No.
Please talk to me more. Please rely on me.
Oh, thank you.
Well, I don't have any idea how to rely on you. How can I rely on people?
Let us welcome the eighth speaker. The eighth speaker is Mr. Ryota Daimon from Tokyo University of Foreign Studies. He will deliver his speech under the title of Rely on and you will be saved. Rely on and you will be saved. So, Mr. Daimon, please come up to the stage and show your special dish.
Thank you, the masters of ceremonies, distinguished judges, and dear audiences. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I realize that many people supported me and the Ogawa Cup. This is one sentence on my cruising address in a speech contest. Yes, I could succeed in holding a contest by relying on people. I assigned a member who experienced judge assistant for public relations to judges, and another who is familiar with computer for making slides and a writing technician. Thanks to them, I could work as public relations to speakers. Through these experiences, I realized the importance of relying on people. Last year, my senior, who served as executive chairperson, took on many tasks. She was surely sleep deprived and mentally painful. I also could not rely on and consult my seniors or friends about work. I wanted my juniors not to feel like I was myself, so I tried making my juniors not take on worries alone. I don't want you to face hard steps, which my seniors and once myself confronted. Through my speech, I tell you the importance of relying on people and the tips to do it. Counting on can make the work more comfortable, and the efficiency of work will not go off. The goal of this speech is to understand the importance of relying on people and the tips to do it. Now, don't you forget the significance of relying on people? Individualization is more accelerated by COVID-19 and the nuclearization of family. We must recall relying on people. It makes our lives be cozier, and all of you work with someone as students or members of society. Relying on people is necessary for you, regardless of ages and positions. If we hesitate to rely on people, what will happen? It will cause mental and physical harm and inefficiency of work. Taking on too many tasks will connect with lack of sleep, and it causes stress and illness, and it contributes to mental pain such as frustrations and self-hatred. And the inefficiency of work will happen. Overworking makes your work halfway. In the worst case, you give up your work incompletely. If stress piles up, only work will not be given up. It can be your life. Forgetting relying on people causes serious burdens and inefficiency of work. Why cannot we rely on people? The lack of confidential relationships and communication is underlying. When I was executive chairperson of a speech contest, I made an effort to create an environment where members can consult each other and conditions which enable us to support others and atmosphere that makes us talk casually. This is how I could rely on other members properly. According to Globis Career Notes, building trust-based relationships in working communities enables workers to share questions and worries and consult or cooperate each other. Moreover, constructing confidential relationships will protect psychological safety and makes communication smoothly. Through these constellations, the reasons why we cannot rely on people is a lack of confidential relationships and communication. What matters is to build trust and rapport for collaboration. This solution can solve the underlying cause which indicates that we cannot rely on people. I will introduce the tips to construct confidential relationships and communication. I would like to introduce two approaches to build trust-based relationships and communication. The first one is regular change of pace. We can create deeper trust and communication when we talk casually rather than talk only about work. My friend also held meetings regularly and took time for interaction after them when she served as executive chairperson. So she could construct relationships beyond work. Except for work, every topic will do, such as hobbies, what you learn in university, and daily life. Actually, according to Globis Career Notes, casual conversation and self-disclosure are the features of those who are good at building trust-based relationships. This is why regular change of pace is necessary to construct confidential relationships and communication. The second approach is frequent contacts. Regardless of progress, taking contacts enables you to understand each other's conditions, and it will be easier to communicate. When I was executive chairperson of a speech contest, I created many chances for organizers to suggest their questions or opinions. As a result, during and after the contest, communication became deeper, and my juniors also came to rely on me. This is how frequent contacts can promote communication and construct confidential relationships. Through these approaches, you can establish trust-based relationships and communication, which are necessary to rely on people. From now on, let's have casual conversation and frequent contact with work friends who sit next to you. They are also reliable partners, and these approaches will be more familiar to you. Relying on people makes a positive impact on not only yourself, but around people. You can tackle your tasks more comfortably. After constructing confidential relationships, if you come to rely on people, they will feel free to rely on you or others. This is why relying on people is not only for yourself, but for others. Your future actions can wield socially positive spiral. Relying on people is not one-sided. It needs trust-based relationships and communication. You can think, I always help him, so now I may rely on him. Or, she always helps me, so I will listen to her today. According to Honami Yoshida, who is a doctor, relying on people encourages us to make an effort to repay someone. This effort creates positive spiral, which is full of honesty and goodwill. To create an environment where we can rely on each other, your actions are necessary. You can realize ideal society in which we can rely on each other. Thank you for listening.
Now, question and answer session. Mr. Huasca, please.
Thank you very much for your inspiring speech. Why do you think people do not rely on others?
As I told you in my speech, individualization is... Does it make sense, right? So, sorry, please repeat your question again.
Oh, that's okay. So, why do people not rely on others?
Okay. As I told you in my speech, individualization is more accelerated by COVID-19 and the nuclearization of family. These two facts have isolated our relationships because of we couldn't contact each other in face. We couldn't contact each other in faces, and we was forced to communicate in online tools. So we couldn't find out true feelings or true expressions from them. So individualization is more accelerated by these facts. So we have tendency to not be able to rely on people.
Okay, so more recently, people have become less reliant on others because of sort of a post-COVID situation. Is that correct? Okay. So in talking about ways to create an environment where you can rely on others, you were mentioning about frequent contact. So many of my coworkers are, I try to have like chit-chat, small talk with them to find out about their lives, but many of them do not actually like to talk about their personal lives. So how can I go about creating that frequent contact environment that you're talking about?
Does it mean that what should those who are not good at communication deeply, right?
I'm saying that I want to create an environment where I have frequent contact with my coworkers, but they are reluctant to like engage in chit chat with me. So how can I bridge the gap?
Got it, thank you. So as a first step to communicate them, chatting on digital tools is also an effective way to communicate them. So for some people, it is difficult to communicate in person. So for such people, we can approach from chatting or digital tools. Does it make sense?
Okay. What do you say to the perfectionists who would say, if you want it done, you've got done right, you've got to do it yourself? So some people believe that if you want something done right, you have to do it yourself. What would you say to those people? Why should they rely on others? Sorry, so I believe that in order for me to get my speech contest done right, I really have to do it myself. I know my vision, and so then how can I convince someone who's like that to rely on other people? All right, well, let me change up. Let me give you like one last question. So the one thing that I'm thinking of, isn't there a risk relying on other people could be seen as taking advantage of others? That it's your responsibility and you're pushing it off on other people? What do you say to someone who says that you're not relying on others, you're taking advantage of other people?
In ideal situation, relying on people is interactive. So we can rely on other people based on the on our relationships. So in case of my ideal situation, so taking responsible for others will not happen. That makes sense.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Huasca and Mr. Daimon. Now is the judging time.
Let me introduce our next dish. The chef seems to be a man who came to the town recently.
I want everyone to receive an equal education through his dish.
That's right. That's right.
I haven't done anything wrong to them. Why doesn't everyone accept me?
Let us welcome the ninth speaker. The ninth speaker is Mr. Takeshi Sonoda from Keio University. He will deliver his speech under the title of Newcomers, Not a Nobody. Newcomers, Not a Nobody. So, Mr. Sonoda, please come up to the stage and show your special dish.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies and honorable judges. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I still remember the first day I stepped foot in Japan. After a 4-hour flight from Manila to Fukuoka, full of hope and joy, I finally reached the land of my dreams. I was born and raised in the Philippines until I was 8. I only spoke Tagalog, and I did not understand any Japanese, but even so, I was optimistic about my immigration. I wondered how many friends would I make, and how school life would be like. It seemed like a bright future was ahead of me. Little did I know that I would suffer a lot of cruelty and and severe unfairness. Today, I am here to tell you about the discrimination that foreign-born children, so-called newcomers, face in Japanese education. I hope all of you will understand this issue and take action to help these children. All citizens shall be given equal opportunity to receive education and shall not be discriminated. This is from the Japanese Basic Law of Education. It states that no matter where you're from, you have the right to receive an equal education. Unfortunately, this is not always the case. Some newcomers struggle at school and rather face inequality there. The Ministry of Education has surveyed newcomers who do not attend school and asked them the reason. In this survey, a whopping number of over 25% answered that they face some kind of alienation or unfair treatment at school. Where did our equal education go? Furthermore, I want to share you my experience. When I started attending a Japanese elementary school, everyone was friendly at first, but eventually, I began to attract the attention of mean-spirited kids. And I started to be physically assaulted and excluded. My dark skin was called dirty, and kids resisted getting touched by me, claiming that I had the foreigner virus. Even though I was a newcomer, I still had the right to receive an equal education. But on the contrary, I received this kind of unfairness. What's depressing is that there are many similar stories, or sadly, more tragic ones than mine. This is not any kind of fairy tale or fictional tragedy. This is a problem that's really happening right now, in this moment, to someone near us. So now the question is, what does this problem lead to, and what negative impact will it have? If we ignore this, we will leave out some newcomers from our education, which leads to leaving them out of our society. Let me tell you the aftermath of this. Several years ago, I met a few newcomers who unfortunately committed crimes. They're not well educated in Japanese, so they're not able to find well-paid jobs, not able to find a community outside of their own people, and were never able to blend into the Japanese society. Eventually, while being rejected and left out from society, while working in horrible conditions, they came to commit crimes like stealing and assaults. In the meantime, the number of newcomers has almost doubled in 9 years. We must eliminate discrimination, or else hatred and crime will dominate our nation. To find a solution to this problem, let us think about what kind of human psychology initiates these discriminations. The answer is simple. Bullying the weak is fun. Needless to say, it's never fun for the most of us. But for the crooked type people, it seems to be enjoyable enough. Psychologists prove that this is our animal instinct. But I have seen this also myself. After a few years, when I started to be physically fit and intellectual, severe discrimination had ended completely. Being weak makes you a target of bullying, and this is the psychology that initiates discrimination. From these facts, the best solution we can think of is this. Don't leave the newcomers weak. In a nationwide plan, hold a gathering event of newcomers at school or in the region. Let them know that they are not alone, and make them help each other when someone is in need. A kid may be weak alone, but when there are 2, 3, or more kids watching out for each other, they can prevent any bullying. And senior newcomers can guide juniors on how to thrive in Japanese society by teaching them Japanese mannerisms. So now, what can you do? If you know little newcomer siblings of your friends, ask them if they're fine. Many kids hide the discrimination that they have been through, so by kindly asking them, it may make it visible. To solve nearby problems, the best thing we can do is to be their guardians and don't leave them weak. To conclude my speech, I want to tell you what happened after my tragic experience. When did the discrimination end? Did I hold any grudge against the kids who bullied me? The discrimination ended when I was in 5th grade, and I did not hold any grudge toward them. I forgave them, but I forgave them not because I was merciful. I forgave them because I did not have any other choice. When you live in a society as a minority, you'll come by many occasions where you do not have any other option. This may be our fate, but I do not want to tolerate this. I want kids to have options. I do not want kids to have the same experience. I can't do this on my own, so I need your help. As I said, this is not any kind of fairy tale or fictional tragedy. This is a problem that's really happening right now, in this moment, to someone near us. We are newcomers, but we never were a nobody. Thank you so much.
Next, question and answer session. Mr. Vesca, please.
Thank you very much for your inspiring speech. First, my question would be, is the root cause of this, is it a mean kid issue or is it a societal one?
I think you cannot separate mean kid issues and society issues because there are many mean kids in our society. We cannot deny that. So it's both a individual mean kid issue, and at the same time, it's also a social issue for me. Thank you.
Okay. You mentioned about equal opportunity under the law. Here, you were given an equal opportunity to attend school. Where did the sort of equal opportunity, where did it fail, I guess, and what could teachers or schools do to fix that?
The equal opportunity failed when I faced this kind of discrimination because opportunity is not only the system for me to get an education, it's for me to sustain, to go to school every day to take education. And for me, this discrimination made me rethink about should I go to school or should I take classes? But I personally, I could endure it. So to your question, I answer that it failed when I received this kind of discrimination, and teachers can also fix it by scolding those kids who bullied me. But not all the time adults can see this kind of bullying. So that's what I would answer to your question.
Sorry, you gave a number of 25% of students don't go to school, newcomers don't go to school because of alienation. What about the other 75%? Why don't they go to school?
The other 75% didn't go to school because they don't have the financial, they don't have the money to, like, for example, to pay the lunch, the kyushoku for school, or they don't have the enough time to let their kids to go to school. So of course not all about discrimination at school, but also we can say that there are some issues regarding to our society to stop the newcomer parents to send their kids to school.
Okay. Your proposal was talking about how basically sort of bringing newcomers together in like a support structure. Isn't there a risk that this is going to sort of reinforce their minority status by making them just like a more tightly knit group? What do you say to that?
That's why I proposed for senior newcomers to teach juniors on Japanese mannerisms. Because kids are smart. They know that they have to adapt to the Japanese society, and they cannot just, stick together all the time. So I propose for senior newcomers to guide juniors on how to thrive in the Japanese society.
Okay, one final follow-up question with that. Do you think, though, that there's an incentive for newcomers who want to integrate into society to sort of turn away from or turn their back on their past to end up fitting in more by associating less with the sort of their own minority culture and associating more with the majority culture?
So, for example, I'm from Filipino culture, and also, but in reality, I live in a Japanese society. So it's like more of a mixture. It's not like 100% foreign culture, 100% Japanese culture. We're living in a complex world. We cannot just say 100% Japanese or something. I'm just saying that those kids have to thrive in a Japanese society. So they need to adjust even a little, like even 25% or something, from Japanese mannerisms to adjust to society. And that's what I think.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Frasca and Mr. Sonoda. Now is a judging time.
Let me introduce our last dish. What kind of effort has the chef put into his dish?
I want you to rethink the purpose of your going into this dish.
Congratulations! How do you feel about today's game?
I'm so happy. I will definitely win 3 consecutive champions. Why did I want to win? Why did I want to win 3 consecutive champions in a row? I lost my purpose of my goal.
Let us welcome the last speaker. The last speaker is Mr. Leo Branch from St. Paul's University. He will deliver his speech under the title of Yggdrasil. So, Mr. Branch, please come up to the stage and show your special dish.
Thank you, contest chair, distinguished judges, all of my fellow organizers, audience, and every single person who's relevant to my speech life. Everyone, good afternoon. Thank you. In the university speech world, we use concepts to give a unique meaning to the contest itself. And as I have been a speaker for 3 years, I've come across a very special concept that I would love to share with you today. When I was a freshman, I took part in the 20th Golden Cup, which was my very first national English speech contest. The theme of the contest was Yggdrasil, a powerful symbol from Norse mythology that means world tree. In the Golden Cup, I found that I love speaking. I love to be a hero for someone through speaking, and since then, the word Yggdrasil has meant the birthplace of my passion. However, as time passed, I gradually lost sight of where I started. In 2022, I took part in various public speaking competitions, winning prizes in some of them. But this year, I had this pressure that I had to be better than the year before. I would often think, what if I lose? So this spring, I created a speech to match the judging criteria. I was ready to become the British Barack Obama. But when various open speech contests began, I noticed something wasn't right. During the speech, I was passionate, I had my message to tell, and yet, I couldn't enjoy delivering my speech. I knew deep down that the constant pressure of having to win was consuming my soul. Ladies and gentlemen, have you ever consumed your soul for what you like? I would often gasp in front of my computer, I can't do this anymore. Why can't I get my words right? My heart was always like a tree, decaying increasingly when facing speech. Just 2 months after I was facing this issue, I had an opportunity to visit my father in Osaka. Now, my father is a rather wise man. He's like Dumbledore, but with a shorter beard. Since I live in Kanagawa, it had been a long time I talked to him. I confessed all of my problems. Dad, I need help. I'm under pressure that I must win, and I can't enjoy public speaking. And he listened, nodded, and nodded again. And I expected sharp insights, but he didn't say anything. That day, I went to bed feeling hazy. The next day, I had a speech contest at Dosha University, and my results weren't satisfying. I got on the night bus heading to Tokyo, feeling depressed. And that piece of depressed feeling started to solidify something that was always in my heart. Perhaps I should retire after the summer contest. I found that the thoughts that I was avoiding to face were bursting to the surface. But once the bus stopped, I felt a buzz. I saw my phone, and it was a message from my dad. I opened the message, and the words jumped into my eyes. Son, I saw your speech. Sorry to hear the results. And sorry about yesterday. I didn't know what to say. But son, you should question why you are making speeches. By all means, continue if you want to. We all love you for who you are, not what you have or can achieve. And that word struck my heart. It was a long time since someone talked to me for not what I had or achieved, but for who I was. And that grew a question inside of me to truly face this issue. Why am I making speeches? As the bus stopped, I ran back to my house. I opened my drawer where I put all of my speech documents. I pulled out my very first speech and the leaflet of the 20th Golden Cup. Memories came flashing back like a shooting star. In those days, my seniors helped me to make my first speech. In those days, I got chucked out of the room when I was practicing because I was too loud. And that very day, I found what I could be passionate about. And in my heart, I was a freshman again, seeing what I had lost in the past. Yggdrasil, the birthplace of my passion. And for the first time in almost 6 months, I wanted to make speeches. There is always a reason why we start something. The reason ignites our spirits. They make us passionate. But in our fast-paced world, it's very difficult to be conscious of our purpose or why we are passionate. Because other people evaluate what you do instead of why you do it. And while things like purpose and passion are intangible, goals and results are tangible. And we start to think what we do is far more important than why we do it. But if you lack why you do it, you will lose what motivates you, and you will end up with a hollow heart like I did. And with no passion comes no results. So if you want to be proud of yourself from the bottom of your heart, you have to stick to why you do it. You have to stick to your own Yggdrasil, the birthplace of your passion, whatever it takes. And the easiest way to find your Yggdrasil is to ask yourself, why? Why am I on this path? And those who haven't found why they do what they do, keep looking. Don't settle. Unfortunately, this is my last speech I will make in the ESS community. But at last, let me finish by reclaiming why I was making speeches. My Yggdrasil, my birthplace of my passion, is the single hope I found in the Golden Cup. To be a hero for someone and make people laugh and enjoy. Thank you.
Now, question and answer session. Mr. Husker, please.
Thank you very much for your inspiring speech. First, can you tell me a little bit more about Yggdrasil? Like, what's special about it, and why did it in particular resonate with you?
Okay, so the reason I chose Yggdrasil is because it was my first speech, and the actual words
was, and it kind of is a and it has a special meaning. It's the birthplace. And that really matched with my beginning and the actual mythology's beginning. So I chose that word.
Okay, thank you. Do you think that we place too much emphasis on winning and not on the activity itself?
Yes. Nowadays, I believe a lot of people see what they do, and winning seems to be the most absolute thing, and being like someone, not nobody, is said really special. But I think winning is too much focus.
Okay. What is your advice for someone who has completely lost their why?
I got several advices. So, my first advice is to look back in your life. And when you started something, there must have been a reason you started something. Or while you're engaging in such activities, you'll find why you want to do stuff. So looking back in the past is one way. But also, maybe looking for, making a reason might be another suggestion.
Okay. Getting back to speech making, how do you avoid feeling like a speech is a failure when it doesn't end up meeting with success? So, if you, like in the past, I've had some speeches that I've given that I thought were like just excellent, like winning speech, and then it didn't actually win. And so then I attach failure to that speech, and it's forever shrouds sort of that speech. Is there any advice you have for how you avoid having speeches that don't work out, turning them into like these sort of dark failures?
My advice is to think of your why first. Think why you do it, and then next put in the work in. So if you have the passion to do stuff, I think you're able to brush up your speech and make it more sophisticated, improve it. And if you look at why you do it, that would be less, I believe. So, clarifying why you do it and putting in work and asking a lot of people, what do you think about my speech? And refining, I think that would be the best thing to do in such cases.
Sorry, one final question here. So often with speech contests, speakers might win multiple contests with the same speech. If winning isn't that important, what do you think about the idea that after you've won a contest, then you no longer qualify for winning contests with the same speech?
Well, let me talk about my definition of success. So, I think the first prize winning speech is a speech that is sophisticated in terms of the message itself, not the speaker. And delivering that gives a massive value to the audience and people who engage in speech contests. And that might be, if winning is not important, that might be true, but I believe sophisticated speech resonates with all of people and gives value to that. So they should be awarded because that should be it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fasca and Mr. Branch. Now is a judging time.
The second session is over.
Now, all 10 speakers have finished delivering their speeches. So, I'd like to ask our distinguished judges and the questioner to leave the hall. Please stand up and give them a round of applause. Please be seated. Next, all 10 speakers will leave the hall. Please give them a round of applause.
これより60分間のジャッジングタイムといたします。クロージングセレモニーは15時35分開始予定となります。その際、5分前の15時30分に配信を再開いたします。
セカンドセッションのスピーカー様宛てのコメントシートは会場後方にございますクリアファイルに入れていただきますようお願いいたします。また YouTube の概要欄に掲載されておりますリンクから本日の出場者へのコメントシートおよび大会を向上させるためのアンケートへアクセスが可能です。ふるってご記入いただきますようご協力をお願い申し上げます。
また、ただいまより第28回ウィリアムズ杯優勝者のブランチ・リオさんのスピーチを配信させていただきます。ジャッジングタイム中もお時間がございましたら昨年度ウィリアムズスピーカーのスピーチをぜひお楽しみください。
We've arrived at the next station. Now, we are one step closer to the hopland. What kind of problem does the last passenger have?
Could you please listen to my regrets?
Thank you for a great time. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, let's go again. I agree.
Hey, you sit down. What's going on?
My grandfather passed away recently. I'm so sorry. Did you spend a lot of time with him? Yes, but I couldn't express my gratitude. Why didn't I say it then?
speaker is Mr. Leo Branch from St. Paul's University. He will deliver his speech under the title of Loving Everyone. Loving Everyone. So Mr. Branch, please come up to the stage and give the power to the Williams Express.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, honorable judges, all my fellow organizers, audience, and my grandma, who is probably watching my speech right now. Everyone, good afternoon. One gloomy morning, I was on the phone with my mother. How's everything going? I asked. Hey, is everything alright? Then suddenly, she cried and said that my grandma had woken up. Back then, my grandmother was deteriorating because of her illness. My mother showed her in the hospital through a line of people. My grandmother had regained some energy and said to me abruptly, "Why don't you come here?" A shiver ran down my spine. All I could do was look up to fight back my tears. Truth be told, though I couldn't go to the hospital because of COVID-19, I wanted to say that I genuinely loved her. 12 hours later, I had a phone call saying that she had died. I was too late. Have you ever lost anyone before conveying your final message? The Japan Hospice Palliative Care Foundation states that expressing appreciation comes second among what bereaved families. However, more than 60% of them cannot convey their final decision, even if they had the opportunity to do so. This number will increase if we consider the number of people who lose their loved ones because of sudden. Anyone could lose their loved ones before conveying their final decision. Today, I am standing here to talk about how to face your loved one's death. After my speech, I hope you'll be able to appreciate your loved one more in life. Why didn't I tell her what I genuinely thought? Every time I imagined my grandmother's face, grief and regret swirled in my mind and kept on flashing back. In retrospect, I was mentally exhausted from blaming myself, knowing that nothing would change. Please imagine, this was you. Don't you think this would be painful? I speak to you to prevent such a situation from breaking your heart. But why do we fail to deliver our final message? There are maybe two reasons. Firstly, some didn't have the opportunity because of the sudden death of a loved one. Secondly, some had the chance but couldn't talk openly for various reasons. I was the latter. I hesitated because I did not want her to suffer after realizing her impending death. However, looking back, I was also terrified to face my grandmother's death. I was seeking for reasons to remain silent and justify myself. Many other reasons are also imaginable, speaking of the second reason in other cases. But fundamentally, we do not want to admit our loved one will someday die, sometimes even in front of us. That's why we come up with a convenient reason to protect ourselves. Facing these two reasons, I thought a method that helps both groups is the best way to solve this issue. Hence, I would like to introduce you to a methodology that I created to support your loved one to receive your message comfortably and express your appreciation without being conflicted by hesitation. This is called the Leo method. Now, what is Leo? Some people might guess it comes from my name, Leo, and that is actually true, but actually it is an acronym that stands for Loving Everyone. There are two concepts of the Leo method, and each function slightly different. Always expressing appreciation to your loved one and assisting them can convey your appreciation effectively. For example, should your loved one give you a gift, please thank them and consider doing something nice for them in return, even if it is not expected. This will help you appreciate your loved one with love and respect. This is called the wellness Leo concept, the very first step of conveying appreciation to your loved one. The wellness Leo concept is an effective attitude and set of actions to be advocated in life in general towards all people. More specific, it is an effective way to appreciate your loved one, appreciate your loved one in good health. The second concept is what I should have done when my grandmother was deteriorating. Texting a warm letter filled with love can convey our message, can convey our gratitude and appreciation effectively. Importantly, we must ask whether they want to read our message or not. Emptying our hearts may remind of their impending death, and it might be interpreted as being selfish. Before sending your message, please ask your loved one like this. Hi, I wrote a letter to say thank you because I always appreciate you. This might mean being selfish, so you don't have to, but I hope this message will give you a sense of good. This is called the final Leo concept, used for people who have loved ones in a life-threatening situation, but will still have knowledge. If my grandmother is listening to my speech, I want to say thank you. This might never be heard, but I believe this speech will help your message to be delivered to your loved one. Of course, the Leo method is not perfect. So I must ask all of you to act bravely and flexibly to make your and your loved one's life less regrettable. Change your love into courage and surround your loved one with your caring heart. The Leo method has reinforced my bond with my loved one. When my grandmother passed away, she asked us to play Let It Be at her funeral. In that song, there's a lyric. And when the night is cloudy, there is a light that still shines on me. Though the day when my grandmother passed away was the darkest day in my life, now her lesson is the brightest light that shines on this very day. Now it's time for you to unleash that light from your heart filled with love. Let your appreciation be conveyed by loving everyone. Thank you.
Mr. Pascal, please.
Thank you very much for your inspiring speech. First, can you explain the meaning behind loving everyone?
Okay, so loving everyone means I separated and capitalized it individually to specifically mean one. In terms of one, I wanted to specifically say about your loved one. And every means every single loved ones.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, in talking about your solution here, you were talking about in the Leo method, you said that there is the wellness part and then there's the final part. So, how is the wellness part where you're saying thanks for gifts? How do I do that in a way that's different from normally saying, like, thank you very much for giving me this wonderful gift? What's the difference?
Okay, so that is exactly the same, actually. And appreciating, and it's not just giving gifts, but also if someone did something nice to you, you say thank you, and that is the wellness Leo concept. And also doing something for them is part of the wellness Leo concept.
Okay, thank you. So my father actually is I'm old myself, getting old now, and my father is getting quite old in me. What is your advice for starting a conversation about my final thoughts and feelings with him?
To open up your feelings, making a good relationship with, making a further better relationship with your father is probably the first step to convey your appreciation effectively, and maybe thinking of what you want to appreciate in the future when he's, I don't want to say this, but in a life-threatening situation might be a good strategy.
Okay. You mentioned texting as being a method that's a good method. Why wouldn't using the video call, or especially like a handwritten letter, why would texting be better than those?
In terms of letter, due to this COVID-19 situation, when your loved one is a life-threatening situation, they have a possibility to catch it, and I thought that's not a good idea. In terms of a video call, I thought the loved one has to listen to your final words, and even if they are in a mentally exhausted or mentally drained situation, they have to listen to it, and that's, I thought, that will be selfish. So I thought giving both spaces and choices whether to read your message or not, I think is very important. So I choose text.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much.
May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? I'd like to start the closing ceremony. The distinguished judges and the questioner will return to this hall. Please stand up and welcome them with a big round of applause. Please be seated.
Now, the distinguished judges and a questioner will give us their comments. First, I'd like to ask Mr. Lippe Yoshinaga to give his general comment. Mr. Yoshinaga, please.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to say massive thank you for inviting me to this such a wonderful restaurant, the Williams Cup. I really enjoyed all the dishes served by 10 great chefs. Thank you all for the great speeches. To begin with, I'd like to ask you one question. What makes your speech more tasty? What I recommend is to show the difference. The difference between your own idea and the audience's general idea. Show this difference. One of the useful frameworks that I recommend is not A, but B. A applies for the general idea, the idea that the audience all have in their mind. B applies for your own special, unique idea. Let me give you some examples from today's speeches. The fifth speaker delivered a speech about AI, and she said, we should make speeches not just by AI, but also we should make full use of our imagination and creativity. The sixth speaker talked about bullying. And the important point is that bullying is not the issue of people who are bullied. But bullying is the issue of the environment of people who bullies. And the last speaker talked about when we start doing something new, not just think about what to do, but it's important to think about why we should do it. As you can see, it is important to show the difference. And the difference is the source of value. In conclusion, I'd like to say, please try to show the difference and try to persuade the audience through your own unique idea. And that makes your speech more tasty. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yoshinaga.
Next, I'd like to ask Ms. Miyuki Kobayashi to give her comments about content. Ms. Kobayashi, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. How do you feel now, speakers? Are you relieved? Okay, relaxed? Now it's time for us to get nervous. Because I was preparing for this comment for a week. However, last night I found out that I was supposed to talk about contents, so I need my cheating sheet.
Well, anyway, it is my great pleasure to be part of this wonderful, fun-filled, entertaining speech contest. And thank you very much, everyone, for being here with us today. And congratulations to everyone here, too. And let's see. Okay, I'd like to thank you to all the judges' assistants and all the ESS club members of St. Paul University, and judging assistant and speakers, of course, and audience. Thank you very much for being here with us. I hope you enjoyed every dish you've been served. Okay. And there are two primary reasons why I enjoy being at the college students' speech contest. First, of course, I get to listen to what young speakers have to say. And second, I can witness all the dedicated organizers working hard behind the scenes, from deciding on the theme to contacting judges and finding venues and timekeeping and emceeing and preparing for the skit. That is awesome and wonderful, outstanding. So I'd like to take this moment. Please join me with giving them a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Organizers, wonderful job. Okay, now I have to talk about the contents. Okay, let's see. Okay, today I'd like to share two essential guidelines of the contents to improve your speech. Okay, the first one is know your audience. Know your audience, which means to understand who your audiences are. Okay, in this case, your audience are mostly your ESS club members, and also you need to think about the message that resonate with them and their interests. So your content needs to be focused on those things so that they can be focused on your talk from the beginning through the end. Okay? And make sure your message is fully understood by listening. Okay, this is a speech contest, not a written speech contest. So your speech has to be understood by your ESS peers. So even if you are so fluent in English, try to pronounce it clearly so that everyone can understand every word you are saying. Okay, it's unwise to use too sophisticated words or too many technical words in your speech. And secondly, consider emotional appeal. Consider emotional appeal. The French philosopher Pascal famously said, "People are convinced by reason and act by emotion." Therefore, it is essential to provide clear reason while also connecting with your audience on an emotional level. Okay. Let me summarize what I said. Know your audience and remember, people are convinced with reason and move by action. And overall, I thoroughly enjoyed every one of your dishes that have been served, and I savored scrumptious dishes that I've been enjoying. Thank you very much, and please enjoy the rest of your day. And thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kobayashi.
Next, I'd like to ask Mr. Jeffrey Bruce to give his comments about English and delivery. Mr. Bruce, please.
I have rather short message about English. There are really only two things that you need to consider about English. One is look through your speech according to some criteria and it could be grammar, or it could be sentence structure, or any kind of thing that you think is significant, and evaluate it from that point. Just looking at it without any kind of a meaning behind it isn't going to help you find what to change. Also, think about the words that you are using. You don't want it to be too easy, you don't want it to be too hard. You want some variation, and you want to include whatever you think are the significant terms for your topic. But I have a little bit longer thing to say about delivery. This is really about public speaking. So for public speaking, you want to have several different things happening. One of the first things you want to do is you want to have good pace. Not too fast, not too slow. In order to do that, don't make your speech too long. If it's too long, then you're going to have to rush and rush and rush to get through to the end. Make it short enough that sometimes you can pause. Also, make changes in your voice. You don't always want to be loud. Sometimes your most important point might be delivered in the softest voice. And the variation that you can make will catch the audience. But there are other kinds of things that you're doing too. You want to speak to your audience and perhaps move around on the stage, make whatever kinds of gestures or motions are effective for you. You need to have whatever you think is your speaking style. What's going to make you stand out as a public speaker? And it shouldn't be the style someone else uses. So look at some speeches. Pay attention to how does that person speak, and think of what are the different parts of public speaking that you want to put into your speech. But there are also some particular things that really should be in speeches. One of our categories we have is rhetoric. Most people don't even know what that word means, rhetoric. So, an unusual thing according to how you say it. Not only is it important, but it's necessary. I don't particularly mean that thing, but find some kinds of rhetorical patterns and have a few in your speech. Just like you should have maybe some significant terms in your speech. A few things that are going to stand out and make your speech different from the other people's speeches. So find your public speaking style.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bruce.
Lastly, I'd like to ask Mr. Chado Huasca to give his comments about the question and answer session. Mr. Huasca, please.
First, before I begin, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me back to this wonderful competition, which always has a great concept, has great performances, as well as great speeches. I'd like to thank my wonderful assistant, Den-san, and also the Chief of Assistants, Yamamoto-san, for being very kind today, especially accommodating me and my junior speaker, who happens to be in the audience here, who joined me as my super special assistant. And I just want to thank once more time the speakers for their really inspirational speeches. Every time that I come to these contests, I always feel like I am I'm transformed, and I feel like I am inspired to be a better human being, and it's thanks to all of you. So I appreciate it. Thank you very much. So I'm supposed to give comments about questions and answers. And here, I guess first what I want to say is I want to apologize to any of the speakers here who you felt my questions were exceptionally harsh. My goal as a questioner is not to grill you or give you a really bad experience. I'm really there as a friend. And in terms of advice that I have to give to those who are preparing for questions, I think getting back to the whole idea of like the dish and the idea of when a dish is served at a restaurant, there are times when as a customer you might want to ask the chef, about the ingredients. What is this? This is delicious. How did you prepare this? I just put some ingredients together and there you have it. That doesn't necessarily tell us a story. It doesn't captivate us or make us confident. Really, the question time is really all about us becoming confident in what it is the message that you have. So one thing that you can do is when you're looking at your speech, what I would recommend is think, what do I want to prove in my speech today? What is the point that I want to make? And then go through your speech and ask yourself, am I making that point? And the places where it's not being made are probably places where I'm going to ask questions. Because basically, as the questioner, what I am is I'm basically filling in whatever I think is maybe missing from your speech. I mean, you only have 8 minutes, and I'm sure like you've done so much work in like crafting your speeches. Probably you had like 20 minutes worth of information, and you have to trim it down to 8 minutes. So it's tough. Some things can't stay. But at the same time, for your audience, we don't know your experience. We don't know the 20 minutes that you trim down. The 12 minutes that are out of your speech is 12 minutes that we didn't experience. And so sometimes in the process, some information gets lost. So it's good to be ready to add that information back in. So something else related to your speech, if your speech is going to be about like a social issue, then you should really know the data. You should know the data, and you should know what's missing from your data. If you give a percentage, you should be able to know why there's something missing from that percentage. Like if your number is 58%, what about the other 42? I'm likely going to ask you about that because that data is how you prove your speech. Also, if you are giving a speech that's more of a value-oriented speech, then oftentimes what I'm going to be asking you are questions related to how you can apply those values to other people in the audience, to people outside of your experience. So as Kobayashi-san mentioned about knowing your audience, it primarily is an ESS audience here, but there are other people in the audience like me who might have a different experience than you. And so being able to relate your ideas, if I don't think it's relating to me, then I'm going to ask you questions to try and expand who that's related to. So I'm always trying to find things from your speech that might be missing and give you an opportunity to fill those in. I guess if there's one final thing that I would just say about like speeches in general and about question time, it's when you have a dish, one thing that's interesting about eating is that we eat with our eyes first, not with our mouths. And I feel like it's the same thing when it comes to speeches. Speeches we consume with our mind's eye first, which means I have to see your speech and feel your speech in order for it to resonate, whether it's a social issue speech or a value speech. So as much as possible, either in your speech, put those examples in, illustrate your ideas, but also during question time, bring a few extra stories that you can briefly tell to like illustrate your answers. And if you do that, then hopefully you can nail both your speech and your questions. But overall, you were wonderful today. I was really thrilled to be here. I feel really satisfied. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pascal.
we introduce today's prize gift. The third prize is
The second prize is
The first prize is
Everyone, the most exciting time has come. I'd like to announce today's winning speakers. Each of them will be presented their awards by Ms. Sayuki Kawada, the Executive Chairperson of the 29th Williams Cup in 2023. Ms. Kawada, please. I'd like to announce the third prize winner. The third prize winner is Mr. Leo Branch from St. Paul's University. Congratulations, Mr. Branch.
Certificate, Mr. Leo Branch. Congratulations.
Award shield from St. Paul's University ESS. Amazon gift from St. Paul's University ESS. Congratulations, Mr. Branch.
I'd like to announce the second prize winner. The second prize winner is Ms. Haruka Terada from Tsuda University. Congratulations, Ms. Terada.
Certificate, Ms. Haruka Terada. Congratulations.
Award shield from St. Paul's University ESS. 全国百貨店共通商品券 from St. Paul's University ESS。Congratulations, Mr. Ada.
Everyone, I'd like to announce today's best speaker. The best speaker is Mr. Takeshi Sonoda from Keio University. Congratulations, Mr. Sonoda.
Certificate, Mr. Takeshi Sonoda. Congratulations.
The trophy from St. Paul's University ESS. JTB 旅行券 from St. Paul's University ESS. And he will be awarded the 29th Williams Cup from St. Paul's University ESS.
Now, we would like to ask the best speaker to give his winner's comment. So, Mr. Sonoda, please.
Thank you so much. Japanese or English? English, sorry. It's my first time to participate in a speech contest in my life. I haven't done any speeches. And it's my first time to also win first prize in my life. So, to be honest, I haven't thinking of anything to say here. But if there was anything I would say, I would like to say two things. First, I want to thank everybody who supported me to come all the way here. Couldn't do this on myself, and I want to thank Mr. Natsuki Ueno over there, who
told me how to write a speech
who teached me all the way. And also I want to thank everyone from the KOESS who came today. I'm glad that I had you as friends. And secondly, as a freshman, it has been over half a year since I entered the ESS community, and I loved the people and also the contests like this in the community. But I think that the Williams Cup has been very good. It's been a very delicious dish, I think. And but I think as a community, as a whole, I think the ESS can improve better. Like, I think we can move forward. I think, as a new age myself, I think we can do better. So, in my 3 years or 4 years from now on in the ESS, I want to say here that I'll make a change in the ESS community, not just as a speaker, but as a member of the ESS community. And lastly, I want to thank everyone who worked on this contest, the William Cup. It was been a very good experience for me, and I'm glad and I'm honored that this is the first contest that I have participated and won. Thank you very much.
So, Mr. Sonoda, would you go back to your seats? Mr. Sonoda, would you go back to your seats?
And finally, we have some small gifts for today's judges. So judges, please stand up. Judges, thank you very much. Judges, would you go back to your seats?
Lastly, Ms. Sayuki Kawada, the Executive Chairperson of the 29th Williams Cup in 2023, will give us her closing address. Ms. Kawada, please.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, honorable judges, all these great speakers, all the audience who came here and in front of the video, and my fellow members. So, good evening, everyone. Speeches are never made by a single person. There must have been a lot of cooperation from many people in the 10 speeches delivered here today. Seniors, fellows, juniors, and families. The support of all these people makes it possible for the speakers to continue their efforts and complete a speech. And same is true for the Williams Cup. First, speakers who applied, all the speakers who applied, all of the judges, and all the audience who came here today, and my dear fellow organizers who worked with me to make this competition. Today, we have shared many tastes with everyone. Please continue to deliver your own special taste and spread your words of your dish. And please remember that dish we call speech connects people and share the emotions. Speeches has the power to connect people and feelings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kawada. Dish has the power to connect people and feelings. Today, we encountered many tastes and shared them with many people.
I hope everyone will offer their own taste from now on. Let's all spread the taste of Williamstown to the world.
Williamstown's Chapter 2 has just begun. Let us make a new page into the history of the Williamstown.
With that, we close Williamstown Food Festival.
これにて立教大学英語会主催第29回ウィリアムズ杯争奪全日本学生英語弁論大会の配信は終了となります。大会をご視聴いただきまして誠にありがとうございました。 YouTube の概要欄に掲載されておりますリンクから本日の出場者へのコメントシートおよび大会を向上させるためのアンケートへのアクセスが可能です。ふるってご記入いただきますようご協力よろしくお願い申し上げます。
またジャッジの皆様、協賛企業様、学園祭運営員の方々、 OG、OB の皆様をはじめさまざまな方のお力添えがありウィリアムズ杯の歴史を途切れさせることなく本大会を無事に開催することができました。この場を借りてお礼申し上げます。誠にありがとうございました。第30回大会で皆様に再びお会いできることを運営員一同心よりお待ちしております。